So I just wanted to welcome you all into the hot shop real quick. And I wanted to point out that if you didn't know already, today we actually do have a visiting artist. So this is something that you'll see every now and then when you come into the museum. We'll have someone special in here making their own artwork for themselves and they can take it home with them. Today we have Layo, and that is the woman up here with me in the front of the hot shop here. So if you ever have any questions about her artwork or questions for herself, feel free to grab my attention and I can grab her for you or ask that question for you. But Layo is actually a sculptor who explores migration, legacy, and identity with various materials. So she is a multimedia artist, and she has some examples down on this front table of some really delicate flowers that she's made that I thought were really cool. So if you wanted to check that out, you're welcome to come a little bit closer. And we've also had a slideshow going over artwork up on the screen, which you guys have noticed already. And on top of everything as well, we also have 3 of her pieces on display in our galleries. We have 3 of her more professional pieces that are completely finished. So please feel free to check that out in our galleries. And we have a really large project going on today. So we're going to be using our largest furnace in the hot shop here. So you'll notice that this furnace is a lot larger than any of the other ones that we have in our hot shop. So you actually don't usually see this one on. I like to point that out. And this is going to turn into a large fountain. We're just going to get started with making some of the pieces for this fountain, and then we'll see how it goes from there. And as they continue working, I'll just follow along with what they're doing and kind of explain what that is going to do for the piece overall. But like I said earlier, if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over. So at the center bench here, I want to point out that Gabe actually has this really long stick of color attached to the end of this pipe here. And it looks like because we're going to be making such a large piece, we need a really large amount of color for this piece specifically. And we've already started that over on the right bench. So we've done something called an overlay, which is when they melt this color down and then they'll drop it onto a small clear bubble, which Sarah has over on that right bench. And they've already done 1 layer of this color, but they're going to do 1 more layer of color, creating basically a double overlay. So make sure to point out when they start dropping that molten color onto the bubble again. So over on the right side of the hot shop, it looks like they're getting ready to fully heat up this color that Gabe has and drop it onto that bubble that Sarah has once again. And so she's holding it upright in preparation for that happening. And now all they have to do is heat that colored glass up. So they've just physically dropped that molten color on top of the bubble that they already had. And now they'll start to roll this back to completely cover that bubble up. And if I didn't mention already, this way that we're coloring the glass here is supposed to give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And most likely, this color, it looks black right now, but most likely it's going to be a transparent color. It's really hard to tell what the color of the glass is when it's hot, but as they blow it out, the color will thin out and we'll be able to see more of that true color, especially as it cools down. So after heating this glass up, you'll notice that Sarah's rolling the glass on the marver, which is this large metal table here. And we have these throughout the hot shop. And like I mentioned earlier, this is just pushing that glass back to completely cover up that bubble. Welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. Don't know if you're sticking around, but feel free to just sit down wherever you like. We have a visiting artist with us today. All right, so just to start off, you'll notice that we have our largest furnace on today, which is right here at the center bench. And the amount of glass that we're working with is right over on the right there. This is a really large amount of glass. It's probably a dangerous amount of glass, so you guys came in on a pretty exciting day. This is eventually going to be blown into a large bowl shape and is going to be a part of a really large structure, which is going to end up being a fountain. And the color of this piece should turn out black. The color is already underneath those layers of clear glass that we have there. And each time after they're going into the clear furnace, they're just going to cool that pipe off. They have such a large amount of glass, and that furnace can heat up the pipe pretty quickly, making the heat travel towards their hands. And our visiting artist up in the front here with us, it's the woman up here with me, and her name is Layo. And she actually has 3 pieces on display here in the museum currently in our galleries, so you can keep an eye out for her work. And she also has a few pieces on display physically down on this front table here. These are some fused pieces of glass that she's made. They're just these really delicate flowers. And if you guys ever have any questions for the artist or any questions about the glass process, feel free to just raise your hand and I'll come right over. So the glass furnaces, I'll point out, which you saw them gather from, this is running at a really steady 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the furnaces that we use to reheat the glass like we're using right now, these usually run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer for reheating that glass. And this one, honestly, it might be turned up a little bit hotter than some of the other ones that we use because it's so large and the opening is so large, so heat can actually kind of escape it. So there's a whole lot of complexity going on, but the glass, when it's completely molten at that honey texture, is just 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so I see a few of you are still settling in here and there, but I'm just going to give a little introduction to what's going on for those of you who are seated. So today we actually have a visiting artist in here with us today, which you may have seen the sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors. And her name is Layo, and that is the woman up here in the front here with me. And we're working on one of her biggest projects right now. As you can see, we're working with a really large amount of glass, and I'll talk about that in a moment after I talk about our visiting artist real quick. So our visiting artist is actually a sculptor, and she explores migration, legacy, and identity when it comes to her artwork. And she works with multiple medias, including glass itself. She has some glass pieces down on this front pedestal here. These are actually fused glass pieces, but these are some really delicate flowers of hers. And could I actually have the slideshow of her artwork up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, you'll see a little slideshow going of Layo's artwork. Just wanted to point that out real quick. And this sketch here is actually what we're currently working on. And she actually has 3 pieces of artwork on display here at the Museum of Glass. And they are in our galleries right now, so keep an eye out for those as you walk through. It's in one of our new exhibits. And now to get to what we're working on right now. So as you saw that sketch, this is supposed to be like a large fountain. And right now we're going to be working on the largest bowl at the bottom of the fountain. So this is going to turn into a large black sort of bowl-shaped piece. And the color for this, as I mentioned, is going to end up black. Right now it's just glowing really hot and orange, kind of like lava, I like to describe it as. So as it cools down, you'll see more and more of that true color later on. And right now we're actually working with a really large amount of glass, as you could tell. And we have our largest furnace on right now at the center bench here. These furnaces can get up to around 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit for this glass, just to heat that glass up pretty quickly, but the glass itself is molten to almost a honey texture at around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And right now they're going in with a pair of jacks, which are these 2 metal blades here, and they're trying to carve a jack line into the glass. So this divot that they're creating is where they will remove this glass piece from the pipe later on. And before I continue on explaining what they're doing, I just want to let you all know that if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over to answer that question. And it can be questions for our visiting artists, such as maybe inspiration or just questions about her background. And then if you have any questions about the glass process, that is fine as well, or even the building that we're inside of. So I get questions about the cone that we're inside of quite a bit, so I'll just give you a quick little background on it. So the waterway that we're alongside of right here, the Foss Waterway, used to have these old wood burners along the waterway shaped almost exactly like this cone here. And so this cone is basically just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for. And of course, the cone is tilted on its side, but this is just to give us a little bit more floor space overall, including in the hot shop. So once we're done working on a piece, we'll put them in these really large black boxes on the far walls of the hot shop. And these are called annealers, and they cool the pieces down usually at least overnight, and it can be up to a day or a few days. We try not to go any longer than that because we need to use that space But these pieces are pretty large. The thicker the glass, the longer it has to cool down. So this one might be a little bit around a day or a little bit over a day. So they're hoping that this bowl is going to turn out 24 inches. And this is why we needed this large furnace, is because this piece is going to get really wide. And we just needed it to be able to have a really wide space to be able to heat this glass up. And pretty much as big as whatever we could fit inside of that reheating furnace is however big we can create a piece. So we can't really go any bigger than that. So you'll be seeing us use this torch throughout our process, pretty much no matter what piece we're working on, but this torch runs around the same temperature as the furnace, and it allows us to heat up just one specific area of the glass to either balance heat out or just apply extra heat to one area, rather than heating up the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So whenever we're working with our glass in this form, we don't really have to worry about glass particles. There's other instances where we do need to worry about that, and whenever we are working with glass in that form, we will be wearing respiratory gear because inhaling that silica powder is really dangerous. And as for the smoke, we have some pretty strong ventilation, so most of it is removed from the air pretty quickly, but yeah, you don't want to inhale it too much, so you got to be careful. So one of the only other times I've seen this furnace on was when we made the largest piece I've ever seen made in the hot shop, and this was an 80-pound clear glass bell jar, and it was really large. It's probably maybe up to my hip or so, and just a really large clear dome, basically. And that was a commission piece, so one person specifically requested it for maybe their house. And that pad that we've been using on and off here, I haven't gotten to talk about it yet, but this is just folded up newspaper, and they'll usually soak it in water or splash it with water every now and then just to make sure that it doesn't burn as quickly. But that pad, even though it's very simple, is pretty much as close as we can get to using our hands to shape the glass. And they've just marked a circle on the bottom of this piece with a piece of chalk. This is just going to help them hit the center of the bottom of this piece when they attach a second pipe a little bit later on. And the second pipe that they'll attach is basically going to allow them to break this piece off of the pipe it's currently on and kind of flip the orientation of the piece. So you should see that pretty soon here. And on the right side of the hot shop, this is the second pipe that we're going to be attaching to the bottom. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. And once again, the purpose of the punty is basically just to get access to the other side of the piece. So once again, here we're using this torch that I mentioned earlier, and it looks like they're heating up the back end of this piece. So as I'm going in and out of the furnace, the first part that's going into the furnace is also the last part that's coming out. So the very end furthest away from the pipe is going to be really warm, and then the back end is going to be a lot colder. So just to kind of balance that heat out, they'll usually go in with the torch and heat up that back end a little bit extra. We want to make sure that all of our glass is staying at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock or the glass cooling too quickly, basically. So we just have to make sure that we're keeping everything nice and warm. So now Gabe has just come over with the punty, and this is actually on a hollow pipe as well. And having a hollow connection like this is just going to make breaking the piece off later on a little bit easier overall. So there will be like a little air gap right in the middle of the clear attachment that they're attaching right here. And they're also creating a line or a divot with the jacks again to make this piece easier to break off later on. This is just a temporary connection as well. And now to break this off, they apply some water to that breaking point, and then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and this should break that piece cleanly off. So now, as you can see, we have access to the other side of the piece, and we also have this large opening from where we broke off that hollow pipe. So now we can start to open this up and flare it out into that bowl shape. And since we've just broken this off, this connecting area is going to be pretty cold at this point, this area that we just broke off. So we need to heat it up for quite a little bit here. But while that area is still cold, sometimes they'll come back like this, and they're just going to make sure that the pipe is actually centered to the bottom of the piece before they continue on. So all of the furnaces that we have in the hot shop actually run off of natural gas and forced air, but our torches actually run off of oxygen and propane. And that actually comes from underground, which is why you don't really see any oxygen or propane tanks out. So as you can see, they've attached some wheels to the bench itself. And this is going to keep the piece in one place and allow them to still continue to rotate the piece at the same time. So they're able to go in with that same pair of jacks, which once again are those two metal blades, just slowly flaring this open. And this cone-shaped tool is the Sophietta. As you saw, the cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to reinflate the piece just a little bit more, kind of puffing that shoulder out. So something interesting is Ben right now is actually going in with two wooden blades, and they look very similar to the jacks, but instead of the metal blades, we just have wooden blades. So he's actually able to use the tips of these, if he wants, to push from the inside of the piece and start to widen it from the inside out. And if we were to try that with the metal blades, you could probably already imagine the metal would just kind of scrape and gouge into that glass, so the wood is going to be a lot gentler. And having wooden tools in the hot shop is really important overall, because some of you may already know, but wood is a very insulating material. And so it can allow the glass to maintain its heat, even though we're still working with it with those wooden tools. Meanwhile, if we were to touch slightly cold glass with a cold metal tool, then it could pull even more heat out and cause something like thermal shock. So we just have to be careful. So right here, Ben is going back in with that stack of newspapers again. And he's holding these on the outside of the piece, and it looks like they're not really working with the glass much right here, but they're actually spinning the glass fast enough that it's pulling the walls of the glass outward from centrifugal force, or the outward pulling force from that spinning. So this is going to slowly open this piece up and widen it over time as they continue to spin that glass. All right, so you guys missed the very beginning of the process. So as they're continuing to widen this piece out, and I know it's a little bit loud, I was thinking of playing a video for you guys of how they got the color on this glass in the first place. Once again, this piece is going to end up a black color. It should just stay this nice rich black here. So could I have that color overlay video, please?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So right here, we're actually using a wooden paddle on the side of the piece and on the top of the piece. And this is hopefully going to straighten out those walls, just make the piece a little bit more even overall. So they just measured the piece of glass and it's at 26 inches. It's a pretty large piece. So they're happy with the size and shape of this piece. So right now they're just preparing to break this piece off. So for those who just joined into the hot shop, you can see that they're getting ready to break this piece off to put away. And as soon as they do that, I can explain a little bit more about our visiting artist for the day, who's up in the front with me here, over on your left. And this is the largest piece that we'll be making today. This piece, they measured it just a moment ago, and it was at around 25.5 to 26 inches. And this is going to be a part of an even larger piece, which is going to be assembled to look like a fountain. So this is going to be the largest bottom part of that fountain. And to break this off, it looks like they're going to apply a little bit of water to that breaking point, and then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break the piece off cleanly into these Kevlar gloves here. And then this is going to very quickly be brought over to the annealer, which is the large black box over on the right wall. And this will slowly cool that piece down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. You can see it fits in there just perfectly. And let's give them a round of applause for completing that piece. I know we don't have a large audience, but this was a huge piece. I haven't seen them work with this much glass in a long time. And that is quite literally a dangerous amount of glass to work with. And this is actually the largest furnace that we have in the hot shop here that we have on as well. All right, so now I can go on to explain a little bit about our visiting artist today. So you may have seen that sign as you walked in through the hot shop doors that we do have a visiting artist today, and her name is Layo, and that's the woman in the back talking to our hot shop manager there. And her work is going to be going up on the screen in a form of a slideshow, so keep an eye out for that. She actually has 3 pieces currently on display here in the museum, and these are in one of our newest exhibitions. So feel free to take a look there, keep an eye out for those pieces. And she has some examples of these kiln fused flowers down on this front table here, which you could see in a lot of her projects up on the screen, such as this project here. And she mainly creates her artwork in Brooklyn, New York. So she is visiting from across the country here to be a part of this residency. And she's here Wednesday through Sunday. So this is the second day of her residency, and they've made quite a bit so far. So they're pretty productive. And they're just looking at all of the pieces that they made yesterday. They started to make some of the pieces for this fountain. So you could see some smaller bowls. And this fountain is going to end up being black, so that color that you saw in the last piece we made is close to the true color of what this piece is going to end up being, which is just a pretty solid black. So once again, these pieces on the front pedestal were made yesterday during the first day of our artist residency here. And they're just seeing how they look when these pieces are assembled together. And once again, that large bowl that we just finished off is going to be the very base of this fountain. And after finishing a piece that was so large, like they just did there, they usually will take just a little break. So right now they're just talking about what they're going to work on next and just looking at the art they've already made, maybe getting some water. All right, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. Today we have a visiting artist with us, which some of you may have already known that, but for anyone that's new in here, today we have Layo, and that is the woman up in the front here with me. And she is a multimedia sculptor, so she'll work with many different kinds of materials, including glass itself as well. She has 3 pieces currently on display here in the museum, which you guys may have already gone through the gallery. So you may have seen some of her pieces. Up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of her work, including those pieces that we have in the galleries. And she is currently in a residency here at the museum. This started on Wednesday or yesterday, and this will go all the way through Sunday. And so far today we've made one really large piece. It was a large black bowl that ended up being around 25.5 to 26 inches wide. And so because of this piece being so wide, we've had to use our largest furnace in the hot shop, which is lit up at the center here. So it looks like we're going to start heating up some color over on that right bench, getting started on our next project. I think we're going to continue to make more parts for this large fountain. And we've already made the largest part of the fountain, which is the large bowl on the very bottom of the fountain. We actually have a few parts for this fountain on this front table right here. So if you're interested in taking a look, those were made yesterday, and they will all be eventually assembled together like this image up on the screen. So over on that right bench, this colored glass that Gabe had is coming from something called Color Bar, and we have some bars of it down on this front table. They come really long. Usually we'll chop them up into more usable sized pieces, but this time we need to use a really large amount of color to make sure that the black is rich throughout the entire piece. And if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And that can be questions about or for our visiting artist, or it could be questions about the hot shop and our processes. So I guess the best way to answer this would be, someone asked what's my favorite piece of equipment. I don't know about me personally, but the glass blower's favorite piece of equipment is probably the jacks, which are the 2 metal blades, because we use them throughout pretty much any process to open a piece up or to break a piece off of a pipe. So while everyone was gone in the audience, they were discussing what to do next in the hot shop for this project, and so they were just sketching on the floor and figuring out the sizing of things and what exactly they were going to work on next. So that's what the drawings on the floor are. So all of these large metal tables that we have throughout the hot shop, including this one here, these are called marvers. And Sarah's rolling this glass on the marver to shape it. She's just creating a small clear bubble. And that color that Gabe is working with in the back on the right is actually going to be dropped on top of that small clear bubble. And this will create something called a color overlay. This will give us a really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece. And over on the right, Sarah's just using a pipe cooler, if you're wondering what she's doing over there. This is just a trough of water, and it cools down the pipe pretty rapidly so that they can handle the pipe a lot closer to the glass again. And you'll usually see them using this after gathering some clear glass on the end of their pipe. And now it looks like Gabe has finished heating up that color and has brought this over to be dropped directly on top of that clear bubble. And this is going to be slowly rolled back to completely cover up that clear. They're going to roll it back using the marvers again, which are those large metal tables. Yes, sir. For anyone who recently joined, we're working on one section of a really large project that our visiting artist has designed. Who is up in the front here with me once again, Layo Bright, sorry, here in the front, just to point her out to you all. So we're getting started over on the right bench, and this is going to be a hollow blown piece, and this is going to end up being a black color. And the larger project overall is going to be a really large fountain. And Layo is hoping to make it functional even later on. Right now we're just focusing on making each of these individual blown pieces though. So as you can see, this color has been pretty much completely rolled back over that clear bubble. So when we blow this out, that color will get thinner within the layers of clear glass that we'll have, but it's still going to remain completely covering the entire piece underneath the layers of clear that we apply. And for anyone that's new in a hot shop, I'll just point out a couple of furnaces because I always get questions about the temperatures of the hot shop. So in the back here, this is the clear glass furnace that we're using today. And these can hold up to around 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and they stay at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have two of them, but once again, we're just using this one on the right here. And we have multiple of our reheating furnaces on. We're mainly using this one at the center bench here. We just like to work in the center of the hot shop more. And this is also the largest furnace we have in the hot shop. And we turned it on today because we were working on a bowl that was 25.5 to 26 inches wide. And so this furnace was the only thing that could fit something that wide inside of it. And pretty much whatever we could fit inside of that furnace is as big of a piece as we can make in the hot shop. And right here, they're just letting this glass rest and cool down a little bit before they gather their next layer of clear over top of it. So now that that glass is cooled down enough, they're dipping that previous layer of glass into the glass furnace. And for anyone who hasn't seen it yet, when they come out, you'll be able to see that the texture of this fresh glass is a lot like honey. It's very viscous, it's very sticky, and if they were to stop turning, this glass would actually drip off of the end of their pipe. And as soon as they get a fresh layer of clear, they'll sit down and start using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool here. This will smooth and even out all of that fresh, clear glass, hopefully making sure that the bubble blows out evenly from inside. And we do have a small bubble inside of this piece here. It's just underneath a layer of color right now, so it's kind of hard to see it. And for those who just joined in, we're working on another section of our large fountain piece. And we've already created the largest section for this fountain, which was a 25.5, 26-inch wide bowl. And this was made out of just this really smooth black glass. So once again, we have black glass for this piece here too. But this is going to be a smaller section of the piece since we've already worked on the largest. And next, Sarah goes in with a stack of newspaper soaked in water. That's what this pad here is. And this is pretty much as close as you can get to shaping the glass with your hands, is by using this pad here. So this section of the piece that they're working on now is actually going to be at the very base of the fountain underneath that really large bowl we just created. And this large blown piece is going to have all of these leaf motifs all the way around it. So it's just going to have these leaf designs, kind of like this piece down on this front table here. I know it might be a little bit hard to see, but we have those leaves going all the way around the side of the piece as well. So we're going to need quite a large amount of this glass for this piece again. And they'll just gather layer after layer until they have all of the mass that they need. So whenever we have a visiting artist, usually we'll have our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team helping them out to create their artwork. So the majority of the people on the hot shop floor are full-time hot shop staff who will usually be here in the hot shop no matter what, whether they're making things for the store or helping out a visiting artist like they are today. We do technically have an intern on the floor today, and she's up in the front here. And then we have our visiting artist over closer to the left side of the hot shop there. So just to point out a few people for you. And once again, we're going to be gathering another layer of clear over top of what we already have here. So we're just sitting and letting this cool down a little bit before we gather that next layer. So we've gathered our next layer of clear. And of course, once again, right after getting that clear, they go over to the pipe cooler. They were inside of that furnace for quite a little bit of time. That furnace stays at a consistent 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, once again. So that heat will start to travel up the pipe and towards their hands. And this tool that they're using here is just a larger version of what they were using over on the right bench. This is a block. And this block doesn't have a handle to it because it would be a little bit too heavy and large to hold. So they just set it at the bench and roll the glass inside of it here. So once again, we're just smoothing and evening out that fresh layer of clear. This will make sure the bubble blows out evenly from inside. So usually once they bring it over to the center bench, that means that they have all the glass that they need for this project. So most likely from here, they're going to start blowing this out and turning it into that large blown form. And eventually they're going to be attaching some leaf shapes to the outside of this piece as well. And they're going to be doing this with a different coloring process. So I'm excited to point that out as well when they get to it. And while they're working with this glass, while Ben is going in with that pad, Gabe was actually blowing into the end of the pipe and slowly expanding that glass. And I like to point that out because people frequently miss when they're actually physically blowing into the piece and expanding that glass, since it happens really quickly. And right now the glass is pretty thick, so most likely he has to put a little bit more effort into blowing this piece out. But usually as the glass gets thinner and thinner, they actually have to be careful with how hard they blow so that they don't blow it out too thin. And hanging the glass down at an angle like this is them basically using gravity as another one of their tools. So you can see that quickly stretched that glass out, creating a little bit of a longer, narrower shape for the piece. So if we were to make a vase or a cup, you would see them stretch the glass out quite a bit. And I haven't gotten to mention this torch to you guys yet. So this torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces, maybe between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch allows us to heat up one section of the glass at a time rather than the entire thing overall inside of the furnace. So we can apply extra heat to one area that we want to blow out more, or we can just kind of even heat out by torching a cold area of the glass. And they always keep this torch lit and just kept in the background, so whenever they need it, they could just reach back and grab it and use it. So right now Ben is actually going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades here, and he's carving a jack line into the glass. So this divot is where we're going to remove this piece from the pipe later on. And next, Ben is rolling this large amount of glass on the marver, which is this large metal table right here in the front. And we have these throughout the hot shop. This is our largest one at the center bench here. And this is going to start shaping that glass out and change the way that the bubble blows out, just changing the shape of the piece overall. So you can see as this glass heats up, they have to turn the pipe really quickly to make sure that that glass stays on center and doesn't fall off center or off the pipe in general. And hanging it down at an angle is both going to stretch this glass and also make sure that they don't have to turn so quickly anymore so that they can kind of regain control over the piece. And next it looks like they're going in with that stack of newspapers once again. And just kind of guiding which way that this bubble is going to blow out. Yeah, so that's something I haven't gotten to bring up today yet, but people ask me about this frequently when we have visiting artists. So, very frequently, we'll have visiting artists in here who don't have a lot of experience blowing glass, or maybe even sometimes none. And our visiting artist has worked with other forms of glass as well as recent glass blowing classes, but she's still very new to it. And so, she is letting our hot shop team kind of blow and physically work with the glass itself, but she still has created all of the designs for this piece, including the measurements and everything. And we have the design that they're going off of on a slideshow on the screen, as well as a diagram that they're going off of physically on paper. But yes, frequently we'll have visiting artists that come in that don't even work with glass, and they're able to either combine their own media with that glass or kind of translate their own artistic vision into that glass. So we've had bronze artists come in here, and we've had just multimedia artists in general come in here, and of course many glass blowers as well. So usually the leader of the glassblowing team may be the person with the most experience. So the person who's sitting down at the bench right here, Ben, he technically has the most years of glassblowing experience, I think about 30. And everyone else has almost up to that point of experience as well. And a lot of them have been here pretty much since the museum opened up and started blowing glass. So usually you'll see the person with the most experience kind of taking charge. However, today, because these pieces are so strenuous and it's a lot of work, they're kind of switching off and helping each other out and kind of taking breaks with the exact thing that they're doing over and over again. So if someone was getting tired of picking the glass up and heating it up over and over again, then they would probably switch off and help each other out a little bit. So today's a little bit different, but usually the person sitting at the bench, the gaffer, is the team leader. Do we have the drawing that we could put up on the screen of this end result fountain? So up on the screen, I want to point out real quick that we have the image of what we're working on currently. And so we're actually working on the very bottom of this image, this large kind of supporting piece that goes underneath the bowl that we just created earlier today. Once again, that bowl is around 25.5 to 26 inches. So this piece is going to be a little bit smaller than that, but probably around the same amount of glass. So the color of this piece, the end result is supposed to be this really nice, rich, shiny black. And we have some pieces that were made yesterday on this front pedestal here, but you can imagine it's just going to be a really rich black. And every time we're heating this glass up, it's adding so much heat into the glass that the glass itself starts to radiate light and heat kind of like lava. So it's just glowing from how hot it is and turning red and then turning orange if it's super hot. But as this piece cools down more and more, we'll see more and more of that true black color coming out. And with the wooden paddles, sometimes we'll use it to flatten the glass out or even the glass out or center the glass. We can use the wooden paddles for many different things. In this case, I think that they were just kind of smoothing the glass out in general. And it looks like they marked the bottom of the piece. May have been with a piece of chalk. I missed it just briefly. But they marked the center of the bottom so that they can attach a second pipe right over top of that mark. This is just going to help them hit the center. So right here, they've just attached a second pipe right over top of that marking they created on the bottom. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. The purpose of the punty is to basically give us access to the other side of the piece. And the way that we're going to do this is by breaking it off of its original pipe. So we're preparing to do that right now as soon as that connection is set up enough. And to break this off, they apply some water to that connecting point, causing some shocking and cracking in that area of the glass. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this off cleanly. So that was a successful break. So they're going to start heating up the entire piece overall, just making sure that we're maintaining a temperature of around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If we go below that temperature, we could get cracking or breaking from thermal shock, so we want to keep it nice and warm. So after making sure that that piece is on center with the pipe in the bottom, they're now heating up the front end of the piece. And this usually takes a little bit of time because after breaking that piece off fresh, that previous pipe, piece can be a little bit cold in that area of the glass. So now they've heated up the entire front half of the piece. They're slowly opening it up with a pair of jacks, those two metal blades once again. And you can see that the glass is getting so hot that it's starting to ripple a little bit as well. And this means that the glass is pretty thin in that area, so they have to be a little bit careful as they're continuing to work with this piece. And it's going to be pretty easy for them to get rid of that rippling because they can go in and inflate the piece a little bit again, even though they've already removed it from that hollow pipe. So what they're going to do is they're going to use a Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool that Nick has here. You could kind of see it up on the screen as well in his hand. So that cone will block off the opening to the piece, and they can then blow and reinflate the piece a little bit, kind of blow out that shoulder. So now you can see that rippling has gone away since they've expanded it from the inside of the piece. And next, Ben is going in with a tool that looks very similar to the jacks, as you'll notice, but instead of two metal blades, we have two wooden blades. So this will be a lot more gentle on the piece, and you can use the tips of the blade on the inside of the piece without gouging or scraping the glass. So whenever we first start a project, it usually all starts with a small clear gather of glass on the end of our pipe. And in this case, we applied a lot of color to our glass, a lot of that black. And so we have these really long bars of color. We just call them color bar, very complex name. And we will melt down a section of that color bar and then drop it onto that small clear bubble. And this is what the color bar looks like when it starts out. And this is just a really small section of it. They're usually a lot longer than this, and then they break them up into these smaller, more usable sections. But today we're using a lot of color because when you blow black out, it's not actually truly black. It's just a really, really dark color of some kind. So if you blow it out too thin, you could kind of start to see purple or gray in the piece. So the thicker we make it in the beginning, the more rich it's going to turn out for this color. So it looks like they're happy with the shape of this blown piece so far. So next they're going to start creating a bit of colored glass. And this is also just going to be a black glass. But they're going to be coloring the glass through a slightly different process by using something called frit, F-R-I-T. And these are little shards of colored glass. So they'll take clear molten glass on the end of their pipe and then roll it inside of a dish or on a table that has all those little shards of colored glass, and it sticks to the clear. Then they just have to melt it in again. It creates a speckled layer of color. The more layers of color they apply, the less speckled it appears. So they have to apply many layers of this black color to make sure that they can't see through it. And this is going to be happening over on that right bench. And it looks like Ben is going in with a piece of chalk, and he's just briefly marking the center of the entire side of the piece so he knows where to line up each of those individual leaves one at a time. And once again, over on that right bench, it looks like Sarah's rolling that clear glass into a tray of the black frit. And this is going to take multiple rolls. And every time that they're creating a bit of glass, they have to make sure that they're keeping the entire piece nice and warm overall I may have already said this, but we need to make sure that the glass needs to stay at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit so that we don't get any cracking or breaking from thermal shock. So it looks like we just brought our first bit of color over and placed it on the side to create our single leaf. And we're going to be doing this around the entire piece to create leaves that are covering the entire bubble itself. And to create the leaf pattern, we're just using this large metal tool over on the right. You can see Gabe is looking at it right now. It just has all of these lines that are shaped like little arrows lined up on top of each other over and over and over again. So you can see that gives us a leaf pattern for this glass. And can we have a little view of them working on these bits of glass over on the right bench? Thank you very much. So next time Sarah heats this glass up, you'll be able to see what they do with it next. You can see a little bit of a better view of this stamp now as well. So after getting the color on their molten glass, it looks like they're also using the marver, which once again is that metal table in front of the furnace there, to start shaping this glass out. And then they go ahead and they stamp it with that large metal tool here. And earlier you saw them carry it over to the center bench. They were heating up a little piece of metal that was on the end of the tool, and they bent it so that it doesn't leave an impression on the glass anymore. So now we have our second leaf on this piece of glass. And I always like to mention that this torch that they're using at the center bench here, it's very small, but it's pretty impressive. This is the hottest item in the hot shop, and it can get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told. That's over double the heat of even the molten glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So the furnaces run off of natural gas and forced air. And the torches actually run off of propane and oxygen. And the torch's fuel is kind of coming from somewhere underground, so it's a little bit hard to tell, but that is what they run off of. So could I have the picture of what we're working on again right now, please? Thank you very much. So up on the screen, we have a picture of this fountain that we're currently working on. And we've already created the largest bowl section earlier today, which is why we had this furnace on in the first place. And since we are creating another large section, this section being at the very bottom of the piece that's going to be supporting that bowl, we are also still using this really large furnace. But yeah, so right now we're just working on the very bottom section of this piece. We created a couple of these sections yesterday, but they were just working on the smaller sections first and kind of getting used to the process. And something that I probably haven't shared yet is that all of these pieces are being made individually. So they're going to be drilling holes through them to be able to connect them all together to create a real working fountain. They'll be attaching a large metal pipe through the entire center of the piece and attaching them cold. So they're going to need to cold work them quite a bit, which is the drilling and the grinding and the polishing of the glass. And here's a good shot up on the screen of them rolling that glass in the frit. So you can see that this frit is actually really fine, so it's almost closer to a powder. And if anyone was wondering, these little paddles that they go in with, these are usually made out of cork wood. And they're just using them to lightly press down the glass and make sure that it's flush against the surface of the blown piece. And this is important because we want there to be a pretty strong connection between those two pieces of glass. Otherwise, they could try to pop away from each other. So whenever we have a visiting artist come into the hot shop, all of the artwork is going to that specific artist, and they can do anything that they want with it from there. And for this piece specifically, we've already asked, and she's still determining what exactly is going to happen with this piece, where it's going to be displayed, whether it's going to be sold. So we're not quite sure of the destination of this piece, but we're pretty sure about the outcome of it. So for the glass that we melt down in our large furnaces with the closed doors that we've been gathering out of, this mixture is mostly silica sand, and there's a couple of other ingredients in there to lower the melting point of the glass. And we just get the mixture shipped in that form. It's kind of like a grainy, clumped together sand texture. And we'll fill up tubes and then just throw it into the furnace, and it melts down over a day. And then we're ready to use it the next day or around a day later. So whenever we're done with a piece, we'll put it inside of a really large box on our far hot shop walls. These are called annealers. You can see one is open over on the left, but we're going to be using the one on the right today. We already have that large bowl in there. They stay at a really steady, maybe 950 degrees Fahrenheit. So whenever we put that piece in there, it's going to stay at that stable temperature, and then when we press a button, it slowly cools down over time. And it usually cools down overnight, if not longer. The thicker the glass, the longer it has to cool down. So I'd assume since these pieces are pretty big that it'll take around a day to cool down. And welcome to those who just joined into the hot shop. As you can see at the center bench, we're working on a pretty large piece, and we're getting pretty close to finishing as well. We're just adding some of our important details around the side of the piece here. And this was designed by our visiting artist that we have today, and her name is Layo. And that's the woman closest to the left side of the hot shop over here, kind of near me. And she currently has 3 pieces on display in the museum in one of our newest exhibits, so please check those out. Just keep your eye out as you go through the galleries. This piece that we're working on right now is actually going to end up being a really large water fountain, and she's hoping to make it functional as well by drilling holes into the bottom of each of these individual pieces and then putting a metal rod through the entire sculpture. And could we have an image of that sketch? Perfect. Up on the screen, we have an image of what we're currently working on. I just wanted to show that off to you guys so you have an idea of what we're creating. And this piece that we're specifically working on right now is actually the lowest portion of the fountain. So this is going to be supporting the entire piece overall, really. So over on that right bench, the process of creating each of these individual leaves is just by rolling some clear molten glass into a large tray of frit. And this is a pretty fine frit. It's close to a powdered glass, and it's just black. So this entire piece is going to end up black just as you see it right now. And while we're adding each of these individual bits, we don't want the rest of the piece to be moving, which is why this piece is pretty cold right now. But at the same time as us wanting it to hold still, we don't want it to get too cold either. So we're going in with that torch, and we're torching the back end of the piece to hopefully keep everything at around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. Otherwise, we could get cracking and breaking from thermal shock. So the glass furnace, the furnace with the closed doors, the glass and the furnace itself stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the heating furnaces, the reheating furnaces, usually run between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer, just so that we can heat up the glass pretty quickly. And the torch is actually running around that same temperature as well, between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. But as you can see with the torch, we could just heat one area of the glass rather than the entire thing overall. So it looks like they're done adding the leaves to the side of this piece. So right now they're getting ready to break this piece off. And this is always going to include torching any connections that we have on the piece, whether this is a handle or a piece of glass that we added, or the connection between the pipe and the main piece itself. So that's why they're torching those leaves and that connecting point at the same time, just making sure all those connections are nice and warm. And you can especially tell when we're ready to break something off when you see somebody get suited up in these Kevlar gloves and this big shiny suit that Gabe has on as well. These are both going to protect him from the glass itself as he picks it up off the end of the pipe to be put away. So now to break this off, they apply some water to that connecting point. Then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this piece off into those Kevlar gloves there. And let's give them a huge round of applause for finishing that piece. So that was our second piece of the day. These two pieces that we made are the largest portions of the fountain. This has gone into the annealer, which I may have already mentioned is going to very slowly cool this piece of glass down, at least overnight. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And does anyone have any final questions before we go to our lunch break? Yeah, so on the left side is where we put the really large bowl, which is again 25.5 to 26 inches wide. So they're not quite sure where they're going to display the fountain as of yet. That's something that they're still talking about a little bit, but the artist does hope to display it somewhere. And up on the screen, of course, we have a slideshow going of our visiting artist artwork, so please take a look at that as well. And she has 3 pieces on display in our galleries. So as you walk through, just keep an eye out for her work. All right, so we will come back in about an hour from now, so at around 3 p.m., and we'll see you then. So welcome into the hot shop. We're just getting started here. They are going to continue working on some pieces for a really large piece that we started today, and this is eventually going to end up as a fountain. And so we worked on a really large bowl earlier. It was a large black bowl, I think about 25.5 to 26 inches wide. And so it was pretty much as big as we could possibly make it in this hot shop before we couldn't continue to make it. So we'll get started on some smaller sections of it next. We've already done the two largest sections of the fountain, so we'll just start kind of working our way up. And these pieces on the front on the front table here were actually made yesterday, and these are also going to be a part of the fountain, but they're thinking about making a couple of the pieces a little bit bigger than they had originally made them. And I'll point out our visiting artist as soon as she joins us. Today we do have a visiting artist, and her name is Layo. And her work has been going across the screen since we went for our lunch break. So that's all her artwork up on the screen. And she has done many different types of artwork, many different multimedia, whether it be sculptures. And she's actually made a glass fountain before, and she has an image of it on that slideshow as well. So when you saw that black fountain, that was something that's kind of similar to what we're working on. And it looks like we're going to get started with applying our color to our bubble. So over on the left, Gabe is heating up a piece of color bar inside of the garage, which is that large silver box there. So the color for the entire fountain, which you may already know, is just going to be black this time. And so right now they are heating up a piece of that black color bar. And the different colors in glass come from different metals and minerals mixed into the glass. So we don't really mix it here in the hot shop. We just get it shipped in that bar form and then melt it down, just as Gabe is doing right here. And this metal table that Gabe is rolling the glass on, this is the marver. We'll use these throughout our project to shape the glass and to cool certain areas of the glass down. Right now, he's just trying to create a really sort of condensed ball of that color, and then he'll be able to actually use it to color our bubble. And at the center bench here, it looks like Sarah's getting started on the small clear bubble. So all of our pieces just start with a single gather of clear on the end of our pipe. Whether it is a hollow pipe or a solid pipe, we always need to start somewhere. And this clear glass is just going to turn into a really small clear bubble. And that color will be dropped directly on top of it. So when she blew into the pipe and then immediately put her finger on the end, this was just maintaining that pressure from blowing air into the pipe, and hopefully that should push a bubble into the glass. And it's just a lot easier to do that than just to continuously blow and blow and blow. She's just trying to create a little bit of pressure. So as you saw, they quite literally dropped that molten black color on top of the clear bubble. And now they're just going to start rolling it back to completely cover up that clear bubble. And this is going to be done on the marver, which you remember is that small metal table. And this is a relatively quick process of getting that color to cover the bubble, but then they have to let that color cool off, and then gather another layer of clear, and then another layer of clear until they have all of the mass that they need for this piece. So that really depends on the thickness of the glass for how long it's malleable. If it's really thin glass, it heats up really quickly, cools down really quickly within a matter of seconds really. But for this glass right here, it's actually pretty thick at this point, so it's probably malleable for a few minutes before they have to go back into the furnace. And for those who just joined in, I was just kind of introducing what we're having going on over on that right bench. So we're just starting this project right now. This is going to be a large black bowl, most likely, and this is going to be yet another piece that's going to be assembled together to create one large fountain. So this is going to be a large black fountain of glass, or glass fountain, I should say. And this is one of the pieces that they made yesterday on this front table right here. And this is just going to be a sort of support holding one of the bowls of the fountain up. And they're going to make, I believe, 5 of these sections that are kind of decorative and holding the fountain pieces up. And then they're going to have 4 large bowls. Or no, I should say a small bowl at the top, largest at the bottom. We actually created that largest bowl today. It was 25.5 to 26 inches wide. So it was a really, really large piece. So this building that we're inside of right now, I always like to say, is actually based off of these old wood burners we used to have along the waterway here. This area used to be used for logging quite a bit, so those wood burners would burn like leftover wood scraps that they didn't have a use for, but now we find a use for even the smallest of scraps, so we didn't really have a need for those burners. But this building is just kind of paying tribute to what this area used to be and what it used to be used for. So that's a story about the shape. As for the height, I think it's probably around the same size as the burners, probably larger, but it's also just to be impressive and eye-catching. And it's tilted on its side to give us more floor space. Otherwise, it would be straight up, I assume. So over on this right bench, it looks like they've finished rolling that color back. And for anyone that recently joined, the color that we just applied to the glass, which you can see right here, is just going to end up a rich black color. It's going to stay this color that you see pretty much. And anytime we heat this glass up, it's going to start glowing either a red or an orange, and this is just because of how hot the glass is. That's giving it that appearance of red or orange. But as soon as it starts cooling down, you see more and more of that true color. And that applies to pretty much any piece of glass that you're working with. So as soon as this glass is cool enough, they're going to stand up and go to the glass furnace to gather their next layer of clear. So for anyone that hasn't seen this furnace yet, it's this large tank with a closed door here. It holds up to around 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And it stays at a really steady 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. And the texture of this freshly molten glass is a lot like honey. It's very viscous and sticky, and if they were to stop turning while they were working with this glass, it would actually fall and kind of drip like honey. And sometimes if there's particles or air bubbles in the glass, they'll just cut off little sections of that glass at a time, getting rid of anything that they can find. If they were to leave it there and then continue blowing the glass, then that air bubble can cause some problems later on. So they just want to get it out as soon as possible. And they most likely will be gathering more layers of clear over top of this as well, just to kind of build up some mass for the piece. So they'll usually start the bubbles on the side benches, whichever furnace they have on, and then they'll bring the bubble over to the center bench when they're ready to fully blow it out and turn it into its final form. So whenever they've finished gathering all of that glass, they'll most likely just move back to the center bench. And for anyone who joined recently, I just want to give a little recap. So today we have a visiting artist, and her name is Layo. And I will point her out as soon as I see her to you all. But she is a sculptor, and she explores migration, legacy, and identity in her artwork. And she is a multimedia artist. She has worked with glass before in a couple of different forms, including glass blowing recently. And she has 3 pieces currently on display here in the museum galleries. And so as you walk through, keep an eye out for her artwork. It's in one of our new exhibitions. So our visiting artist has designed this piece that we're working on right now. She's designed a large black glass fountain. So this piece that they're working on is just going to be a single section to a 9-section water fountain. And they're hoping to make this a functioning water fountain, so they will drill holes into the bottoms of all of the pieces and the tops if there's no hole already. And then they'll be able to fit a metal rod inside of each of those individual pieces and kind of stack them on top of each other. And could I actually have the design of the fountain up on the screen, please? Could I please have the water fountain design up on the screen? So up on the screen, we have a simple sketch of what we're currently working on right here. And just to recap, we've already made the largest bowl section at the lower half of the piece, and this was 25.5 to 26 inches wide. And then we've already created that large blown piece on the bottom with all the leaves surrounding it as well. And now I think we're going to remake one of the bowls up on the top. We need to make sure that each one is wider than the one above it so that the water falls into it just perfectly. So we're just getting started on that now, one of those black bowls. Thank you. And for anyone who recently joined, our visiting artist is all the way on the right side of the hot shop, close to the front here. Just to point her out to you. So if anyone ever has any questions for our visiting artist, you could feel free to grab my attention and I will grab her for you. And after getting a fresh gather of clear, they'll usually sit down and start using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. These are usually carved out of cherry wood and kept in water to help prevent them from burning. And they use cherry wood because it's just a little bit harder, and so it takes a little bit longer for it to burn. But as you can see, this is smoothing and evening that fresh layer of glass out. And that was very brief there, but you saw that they hung the glass down towards the ground. They'll be doing this throughout the process of making anything that is a little bit longer, so something like a vase or a cup maybe. They would hang the glass down and use gravity as another one of their tools to stretch and lengthen that glass out. In this pad that Ben is using here, this is simply a stack of newspapers soaked in water. And that may sound like a really simple tool, but we use these really frequently in the hot shop. They do burn up and get kind of gross after a few days, but it's still a pretty readily available material for us. And this large torch runs around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But this torch allows us to heat up one section of the glass at a time, so we can heat up one area extra to blow it out even more, or to kind of balance heat out if one area is a little bit too cold. So you'll be seeing us use this torch a lot, which is why they leave it constantly lit behind the bench so they can grab it suddenly if they need to at any point. And next, Ben is going in with a pair of jacks, which are these two metal blades. And he's carving a jack line into the glass. So this divot is where we will break this piece off the pipe later on. And just a reminder, this is going to turn out as a bowl, I believe. So most likely they're going to start creating a pretty wide and squat shape with this bubble. So now Ben is going to start holding these newspapers on the very bottom of the bubble as somebody blows into the end of the pipe. So this is where they're going to be doing a lot of blowing, and this is going to start getting closer to its true size. And it's really easy to miss. It's so brief when they blow into the pipe. So I always like to try to point that out when I can. As the glass gets thinner, but is still remaining hot, they actually have to be careful not to blow too hard, otherwise they could blow it out too thin. Yeah, so they use these wooden paddles for many different things. as I'm sure you could tell since they're kind of charred and disfigured a little bit. But these wooden paddles are also frequently used to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating from the glass piece itself. At around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is solid again. And so to make it malleable, you have to have it over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's going to be radiating a lot of heat, especially the bigger the piece is, the more surface area that's kind of blasting towards you. And for those who just joined in, at the center bench, we're creating a large black bowl. And this is going to become a part of an even larger project and end up being a part of a black glass fountain. And all the pieces to this fountain, if I didn't say so already, are going to be assembled cold. They're not going to be assembling them hot in the hot shop. So over on that right bench, Gabe has just taken out a second pipe, and this already has a little bit of clear glass attached to the end of it. And he's going to gather over this one more time. And this is eventually going to be attached to the center of the bottom of the bowl that we've created at the center bench here. And this will allow them to basically flip the orientation of the glass by breaking the glass off of the pipe that it's attached to right now and having it attached on the opposite side to a second pipe. Then we can start to open it up and finish it off. And Ben just briefly went in with a piece of chalk and marked the center of the bottom of the piece so that this second pipe that they attach is lined up a little bit more easily. So of course, while that second pipe is being prepared, they have to maintain the heat for this piece at the center bench. So they're just going in and out of the furnace every now and then to keep it warm. And this is called flashing. Just making sure that everything's probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit or warmer. And now the second pipe has been brought over. The second pipe that we attach to the piece is called the punty. Once again, the punty is going to flip the orientation of this piece, give us access to another part of the piece. So once this connection is set up a little bit, they're going to go in and just apply a little bit of water to that previous connecting point right in the divot. And this is going to cause some shocking and cracking in the glass from that extreme temperature change. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break this piece cleanly off. So now from here, as you can see, we have access to the other side of the piece, as well as an opening on that side. So we could start to open this up and flare it out into that bowl. And the bowls that we're going to be creating for the rest of this project are all going to have almost these little spouts coming off of the sides where the water can trickle and stream out. And we actually have some that they made yesterday on this front table right here. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but one of them was a little bit too small, so they're going to be remaking that one. But it gives you a good idea of what they're supposed to look like in the end. And right here, the glass is actually still cold. They're not trying to open it up right here. They're just trying to make sure that the pipe is very evenly centered to the bottom of the piece while that connection is still hot. And now that that is centered, they're just going to go ahead and start heating up the front half of this piece. So now that the front half of this piece has been heated up, they're going to be able to start opening this up slowly but surely. And right here, Ben is going in with something that looks like a pair of jacks, but instead of metal blades, we actually have wooden blades for this tool. So we can actually use the tips of these blades to push at the inside of the piece if you wanted to expand it from the inside. But the point of these tools is basically to just be a little bit more gentle on the glass. As you can imagine, if we had metal blades pushing on the inside of a glass piece, it would start to kind of gouge and scrape and create marks. So using this tool, they're able to widen the piece a little bit without blowing it out even further. And this cone-shaped tool here, this is the Sofietta. As you saw, the cone will block off the opening to the piece, and it allows them to blow just a little bit more air into the piece. So this has reinflated that shoulder. And you'll notice a little bit by little bit over time, each time they go into the furnace and come out, when they heat that glass up, it becomes more malleable, of course, and they have to continuously keep turning so that the glass doesn't fall off center. And sometimes when they're turning, they're creating a little bit of centrifugal force or that outward pulling force from the spinning. So this is going to slowly start to open up and widen this bowl on its own without them even going in with a tool. So you could see that they've put it onto these special rollers on the bench, and now as they turn quickly, this is causing a little bit of that centrifugal force, and it's starting to open this piece up slowly but surely. And to make sure that this piece isn't opening up uncontrollably, it looks like Ben was also holding that stack of newspapers on the outside of the piece, just making sure that everything is staying nice and even. So now that they're getting a little bit closer to the end of this process, they're really going to start going in with this torch, just making sure that the back end of the piece is staying nice and warm, because as they go into the furnace, the face or the first part that you put into the furnace is getting all of that heat. And then as you come out, it's also getting the last of the heat. And so the back end of the piece, it can get pretty cold. We don't want it to cool down below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Could we actually have that image of the fountain that we're working on again? Thank you. So up on the screen, I just wanted to point out this is the exact sketch that we're going off of for this specific fountain design here. And our artist has made one glass fountain before, if not more, but she has a photo of that on her slideshow as well. It's this large black glass fountain. It's a completely different style, however. And for this one specifically, she's been starting to prepare some flowers in the hot shop as well. Not all of these will be going to this specific project, but some of these flowers will be going to the specific project later on. And all of the pieces that you see in this image are going to be assembled cold. They're not going to be hot attached in the hot shop. And so this is something that's going to be finished over a long period of time. There's a lot of work that needs to go into this piece. So when it comes to the clear glass, we get a we get a mix shipped in. And this is kind of like a grainy, clumped up sand texture. It has mostly silica sand, of course, as well as a couple of other little ingredients to lower the melting point of the glass. And then I think that they clump it together just to make it a little bit safer to handle so it's not so much silica powder. But this is just poured directly into the furnace, and then it melts down over a day, and the air bubbles rise up and disperse. And then we can use it the next day pretty much, I've been told, after a day anyways. And for the color itself, we just have these really large bars that get shipped in, and we can section them off to probably around this size is kind of average for a piece. So our color comes in a not a quite a raw form, but this is as raw as it gets for us in here. And the color itself is mixed in different factories, which is just different metals and minerals being added to the glass. For white, we use tin and antimony. So sometimes if you combine different kinds of glass, they have a really bad reaction with each other. So if you're combining like a soft glass with a hard glass like borosilicate, and it cools down after you've melted them together, it will kind of explode away from each other. It can be a pretty violent reaction. So we definitely don't want to mix different types of glass, so we just have a very pure mixture to start out with. So right now, the bowl itself is probably around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's pretty solid. It's pretty cold at this point. And they're just going in with a small handheld torch, and they're getting ready to create those little spouts on the sides of this piece. And based off of the previous ones they made, it looks like there's going to be 4 spouts on this bowl. So for those who recently joined, today we have a visiting artist in the hot shop, as you may already notice. And her name is Layo. That's a woman up in the front, kind of closest to me here. And she's designed this really large black glass fountain. So this is just one of the many pieces that are going to be assembled together to create this fountain. We've already made a couple of these yesterday as well as earlier today. There's going to be 4 bowl portions to this fountain, like we're creating right now, going from smallest at the top and largest at the bottom, of course. Then we'll have these connecting points that'll be kind of holding the structure up and together, and there will be 5 sections with that. So altogether, this piece is going to have 9 large sections that are blown in this hot shop. So they've just finished all the spouts for this bowl, and they're getting prepared to break this piece off to put it away. And before they break any piece off, they always go in with this large fluffy flame, and they're torching the connecting points on the piece. And for this piece in particular, the only connection point we have is the bowl itself attached to the clear glass on the pipe. But if we were to have a handle, for example, then they would be torching that handle too, just making sure any fragile pieces of glass are staying nice and warm. And then to break this off, all they have to do is apply a little bit of water to that connecting point. This is going to cause that area of the glass to crack and break from thermal shock. And then whoever... Yeah, so whenever you see somebody dressed up in these Kevlar gloves, that's when you know that we're getting really close to putting a piece away. They're getting ready to catch that piece off the end of the pipe to be put away. So once again, to break this piece off, they're applying some water to that connecting point. And then all they have to do is tap the pipe, and that should break off into those Kevlar gloves. And that was a successful break. So this is going into the annealer, which is the large black box over on the left wall. This will slowly cool that glass down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow once it's cooled down to room temperature. Thanks for the applause. So they're getting started right away on the next piece. This is most likely going to be a connecting piece. It seems like they're kind of alternating between bowl and connecting piece so far today. So actually, they're going to be remaking one of these bowls that they made yesterday. This one that they made yesterday is perfectly shaped, but it's just a little bit small. It's just a little bit small, and they want to make sure that the water pours correctly into the next bowl underneath each. So they're going to be making this one a little bit bigger. So once again, this is all going to start with our color application process, which is going to be happening over on that right bench. They're going to take a large portion of just a bar of black colored glass. And this comes originally from just Color Bar. And I'll just hold up a small example just in case you guys haven't seen it yet. So this is just a white version. Of course, white usually comes from tin and antimony mixed into the glass. And this is going to be dropped onto a small clear bubble, which you can see Sarah also making over on that right bench. And this is going to create that really smooth, even layer of color across our entire piece, like you saw with that last bowl we created. And this color is sandwiched between many layers of clear usually as well. So the color ends up being a little bit more diluted. And in some cases we want it to be more diluted. But in this case we want the black to be really rich. So they're using larger than normal amounts of color for this piece. So whenever they gather a layer of clear glass and then allow it to drip off the end again like that, this is called a strip gather. This is just giving them a partial layer of that clear glass over top of what they already have. In this case, it looks like a little bit of that black glass came off with the clear, so they're just trying to separate that from the rest of the clear inside of this bucket here. And of course, once they have all the glass they need, they come over to the center bench and they can start to blow this out and turn it into its final form. And this piece is going to be pretty small. This is going to be one of the top bowls on the fountain. And after getting that clear glass, they go in with a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And it looks like they only used it for a few seconds there. This is a pretty small amount of glass, so this piece should go by a little bit quicker overall as well. And I know there's a couple of new people in here and there, so could I have the image of what we're currently working on, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, I want to point out there's a drawing or a design of what we're currently working on. And we are working on one of these smaller bowls that's up at the top of the fountain on this image. We're just using a really small amount of glass for this bowl. And we've already created the largest two sections on the bottom, that supporting section and the largest bowl. And now we're just continuing to work on the rest of the fountain itself. And this is all designed by our visiting artist, who is to my right, kind of your left of the hot shop. And her name is Layo and she is here to create all sort of her own artwork, but this is the largest project that we've worked on in a while in general. The first big bowl that we made today was 25.5 to 26 inches wide. It was so large that we had to use our largest furnace in the hot shop, which is to the left of the one that we're working in right now, actually. And it's so large, it uses a lot of energy, so we turned it off as soon as we were done using it, of course. And now we're just working with these smaller furnaces. And they also worked on making some flowers yesterday. You could see these down on this front table over here. The ones that they worked on are the sort of shiny ones closest to the audience here. So it looks like we've already finished the bottom of our bowl. This bowl is going to be super small, probably for the very top of the fountain. So to get access to the other side of the bowl, the part that's attached to the pipe currently, we need to attach a second pipe to the bottom. So Gabe is preparing that over on the right of the hot shop. And Ben just briefly went in with a piece of chalk, marking the center of the bottom of the piece. So this kind of gives them a target to aim for when they come in with that second pipe. And the second pipe that we attach to a piece is called the punty. Once again, the purpose of the punty is basically just to flip the orientation of the piece or give us access to another side of the piece. So to break this piece off, they apply a little bit of water to that connecting point and then tap the pipe. And that usually breaks it pretty cleanly off. And right here, the front half or the opening to the piece is still pretty cold. So when they're going in right now, they're just trying to make sure that the pipe is actually centered to the bottom of the piece. If they leave it off center and continue to work with the glass anyways, then the entire piece could be a little bit lopsided or off center itself. So it's important that they get this done as soon as they can. And if I didn't mention already, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll come right over. And it could be questions about or for our visiting artist, or it could be questions about the glass process or the building that we're inside of. Pretty much any question is fine. And now you can see that the front end of the piece has been heated up quite a bit. So Ben is able to go in with a pair of jacks and start to slowly open this up. So now that they have the shape for this bowl, they're going to start going in with this really hot handheld torch, just heating up a small area of the lip at a time. And this is where they're going to start creating those individual spouts. Based off of all the previous ones they've made, this is going to have 4 spouts. And I always like to mention this when they use this small handheld torch, that it's actually the hottest item in the hot shop, I've been told. I've been told it could get up to around 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, this small handheld torch. That's over double the heat of the molten glass, which is sitting at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. So this small torch, you can see, is heating up a small amount of glass very rapidly. And it kind of allows us to get these really fine details in our glass. Yeah, so the person who sits at the bench is called the gaffer. And they're kind of like the glassblowing team leader. So usually the person who's the gaffer, when it comes to this hot shop anyways, is the person who has the most experience. So frequently you'll see Ben sitting at the bench like he is now. I think he has around 30 years of experience, he said, of glassblowing. And then for all the other jobs, when it comes to working with the glass, they usually will just kind of fall into different roles, whether it's heating the glass up or blowing into the end of the pipe. And they don't specifically assign it to certain people usually. And it's also important to mention that they give each other breaks too, so they're not doing one role for too long and getting really tired of blowing or getting really tired of carrying the heavy pipe back and forth. And to break this piece off, they're just applying a small amount of water to that connecting point, and then they'll tap the pipe, and that'll be broken off into those Kevlar gloves. And then finally, this is carried over to the annealer, where it's going to slowly cool down at least overnight so it doesn't break from thermal shock. So we're not going to see that piece until tomorrow. And we have multiple other pieces that we created today over in the annealer on the right side of the hot shop as well as the left side of the hot shop. And it looks like they're going to take a small break, maybe discuss what they're going to create next. So just in case you haven't seen it already, could we have our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, please? So up on the screen, we have a slideshow going of Layo Bright's artwork. Once again, our visiting artist. These flowers she actually has displayed here on the front table if anyone wanted to take a closer look at those. And these were made in a kiln. And once again, Layo actually has 3 pieces of artwork displayed here at the Museum of Glass. So if you haven't gone through the galleries already, keep an eye out for her artwork. It's in one of our new exhibitions. There's an example of one up on the screen. And could we have the design of the fountain up on the screen again, please? So up on the screen, there it is.